whites to be on deck. There's only one in this class, so if you have fall yearling black and white, you should be at ringside. And congratulations to Dwayne Tillipal and Greg Lloyd, entry 166 for their winning entry with Maple Downs DT Harley. Judge Thomas with his comments.
Just one entry here in your red and white milk and yearling class. Heifer's just fresh a couple weeks, but a beautiful uddered heifer, a heifer that's got tremendous udder attachments, height and width of the rear udder. You like the venation about the udder. Heifer needs a little time to clean up, but she's going to be a nice one down the road here.
As we're bringing in our black and white fall yearlings, and good time to introduce our judges for today's festivities. They were also here yesterday placing the Holstein show, or placing the heifer class. So Nathan Thomas and his wife Jenny, with their three children, Colton, Kendall, and Cameron, and along with Nathan's family, own and operate Triple T Holsteins in North Lewisburg, Ohio. Triple T's herd consists of over 100 registered head of Holsteins and Jerseys, with the current milking herd being around 35 head. Triple T has been fortunate to breed, own, develop, sell, and board over 200 All-American and All-Canadian nominations. It has been home to many champions over the years, including most recently the 2025 World Dairy Expo Supreme Champion, Stony Point Joel Bailey. Beyond chores, the daily chores, he also manages the marketing of the farm and oversees cattle and embryo sales. And Nathan and Jenny now own and operate Thomas Marketing and Consulting, LLC, where they manage consignment cattle and embryo sales. Nathan has had the honor to judge Holsteins, jerseys, and red and whites at the World Dairy Expo. He has judged jerseys at the Royal Winter Fair. He has officiated at national shows in Canada, Mexico, Brazil, Northern Ireland, UK, and Australia, and has served as official at many other high-level shows around the U.S. and Canada. We welcome Nathan today to the Northeast Summer National in Greenwich. Round of applause for Nathan Thomas. Assisting Nathan today in the ring is J.P. Charret. JP grew up on his family's farm in St. Alexander, Quebec, with the prefix Chaluka. After finishing school with a degree in dairy science from the Ag School in La Pocoterre, he started traveling worldwide to fit and work with the best dairy cattle around the world. His work has taken him to Quebec, parts of Canada, U.S., South America, Europe, and Australia. Now he and his wife Anik own and operate Famille Charret with their 4 children that milk 70 Holstein, Jersey, and Ashires. JP has bred and sold many animals that were all not all American, all Canadian, and all Quebec. He has also judged many local, regional, provincial, and national shows around Quebec and Canada, and as well as the U.S. We welcome JP to the Northeast Summer National here in Greenwich. Round of applause for JP. Also, just to make everybody aware that the breeder and exhibitor sheets for today's shows, both reds and blacks, the sheets are up here available at the announcer stand. Please come up and get those sheets and keep track of your own record of your breeder sheets and exhibitor points for Tim Zimba to collect later after the show. Our judges lining up our fall yearlings. We need to see our Class 2, our summer junior 2-year-olds. They need to be on deck in the red show. There's only a handful of those, so we're going to jump to our Class 2 summer junior 2-year-olds in the blacks. Going to call you guys up as well at this time. So as a reminder to all of our exhibitors this morning, all first and second place animals, given that this is now a national show, will need to be visited the ultrasound unit, and you'll be given a card. That card takes you to barn 6, and in there will be the ultrasound unit to perform that task. So just as a reminder, all first and second place winners will need to be ultrasounded as part of the national status. Our judges completed the placing in our fall yearling blacks, winning the class entry number 159 for Lundcrest Farm. Lundcrest, Hancock Little Hand. Also your bred and owned winner. Taking second place honors, entry 255, Caleb Nelson with Corner Rest Hancock Maximus. Also your first junior entry. And third place, entry number 11, Caldenier DL Autumn, owned by Eaton Holsteins and Curry Holsteins. Judge Thomas with his thoughts.
In our milk and yearling class, kind of got all different shapes and sizes and freshness here. I'm going to start with the heifers just fresh here, 20 days. I give her the advantage over the heifer coming out in second. She's a little more mobile all the way through. She shows me a little more flex through her hock, flex back through her rear legs. And also, she's a little fuller and longer on her foreudder, particularly on the right side of her foreudder for me today, to go over the pretty frame cow coming out here in second. The cow in second over the cow in third. It's on her udder attachments. I prefer the way the foreudder's tied in a little nicer. She's square right to the top of her udder. I prefer the way the teeth set underneath the udder a little nicer for me today to go over the cow coming out in third. The cow coming out in third over the recently fresh red cow in fourth. She shows more dariness and quality all the way through. She's also a cow that's got just a little more bloom to her mammary system today to go over our fourth prize cow. The cow in fourth over the cow in fifth. It's on mobility. She's much more mobile on her rear legs today. And also on her front, and also show me a nicer crease and definition of seam all the way to the top of the rear udder than our fifth place cow.
Now into the ring, Class 2 Summer Junior 2-year-olds Red Show. Reviewing Class 1 from the Fall Yearlings, the class that just left the ring, starting at the top of the page. For those that are keeping tabs, number 11 was third for Eaton Holsteins and Curry Holsteins. Entry 166 was fourth. Entry 276 was a scratch. Entry 255 was second, and your first junior for Caleb Nelson. Entry 159 was first and bred and owned. And entry 114 was fifth and second junior. So we'll be looking to have the Summer Junior 2-year-olds black breed on deck. Congratulations in our summer junior 2-year-old winning the class entry number 56 for Cassie Menendez with Rivercrest LN Domino. She is also your best udder and your bred and owned winner. Taking second place honors for Nate and Lauren King, entry 105 with King's Ransom DB Do It Now. She's also your first junior. And in third place, entry 221 for Brittany Perry with York Mount Willows Rachel.
In our red and white summer junior 2-year-old class, I'm going to start with a heifer for me that has the best udder in the class today. I give her advantage over the cow in second. She shows more definition, increase, more quality to her udder, and I also prefer the way the teeth set underneath the udder for me today. The cow in second over the cow in third just has more overall width and capacity to her frame. She's a little straighter in all her lines today to go over our third place cow.
Into the ring now will be our summer junior 2-year-old class, and as a reminder, all junior exhibitors need to be adorned with a yellow ear tag somewhere on their show harness so that we can clearly identify those individuals as part of the system up here. So if in order to be identified as a junior, please have that ear tag on your harness. Our summer junior 2-year-olds are making their way into the ring. There's a handful of them. We'll be looking to have our class 3 in the red show the spring junior 2-year-olds on deck in a little bit. as we're kicking off these shows and moving forward, a few housekeeping announcements. I want everybody to know on this in the barns that Sybil Fisher is on the grounds here in the picnic pavilion. If you wish to have your animals photographed, she does a great job. Everybody knows Sybil. She is here. Just as a heads up, the Twist of Fate supply booth will be leaving early afternoon, probably likely before the end of the show. So if you want to get some supplies stocked up for the next shows, now's a great day to do it. So take a few minutes if you need some supplies and go visit Twist of Fate. I want to give a special shout out to our ringman crew here today. They're going to obviously stay busy judging by the things that have happened in the first few classes. Steve Van Leeshout, Bob Swatling, and Chrissy Putman are here to help and assist the judges and to try and keep cows clean. Also, I'd like to make sure everybody is aware that we are on Ringside Live, and you can watch that via a Facebook link or going to ringsidelive.co. Also, I'd like to bring attention to all the banners that adorn the ring. These are pretty important people to this whole show, and New York Holstein especially, because these folks give monetary donations or support in other ways that allow us to have shows both in the spring and in the fall, and bring national attention to New York Holstein. And so we ask that if you do business, please consider these people for those goods and services, and that if you see someone that works for them, just acknowledge it and say thank you. Thanks for supporting the show. They're a pretty important piece of the puzzle here in Greenwich. And one final note, Joanne has chances to win a Blondin Energy daughter out of the King's Ransom herd. The calf is over at the King's Ransom string right now and is our New York State Raffle calf. We're going to draw that winning ticket here later today during the Grand Champion. So if you haven't bought a raffle ticket yet, now is a great chance. Great chance to support a great organization and to hopefully bring home the bacon with a nice calf. So there's no confusion when we are talking about ultrasounds, we need the first and second place winners from both breeds and only in the open. I guess there was a question about that. So only open first and second place winners. Congratulations goes to entry number 135 for Mason Zimba. Your first place junior and bred and owned with your ZBW Moo Late. Second place, entry number 86 for Michael Holm Holsteins with Michael Holm T-Struck Aurora. And in third place, Lundcrest Farm with entry number 154 with Lundcrest Dropbox Morocco. Judge Thomas with his thoughts.
Well, nice class of summer junior twos, and I think there's 3 or 4 that sort themselves to the top of the class quite handily for me today. And this first cow, when you get her in line, she ends up winning the class quite easily for me. She's just more balanced all the way through, has more width of chest, more width all the way through. And the big advantage I give her, I just prefer the way her fore udders attached, particularly on the right side for me today. Just a little snugger in her attachments for me than to go over the really dairy cow coming out in second. The cow in second over the cow in third. It's on her quality of bone down through her hock. She's cleaner about the bone in her hock, a little nicer in the way she sets her foot down for me today to go over the really nice uddered cow coming out here in third. The cow in third over the cow in fourth. When you get her in line, she keeps her legs up underneath her a little nice for me. I prefer the set to her hock to go over our fourth place cow. The cow in fourth over the cow in fifth. She's got a little more bloom all the way through. Shows me a little more dairiness and quality all the way through. Just a little more fullness about her fore udder attachment. I prefer the way the teeth set on the fore udder on our fourth cow over our fifth cow. The cow in fifth over the cow in sixth. She's more level on the floor of her udder. Shows a little more height and width to the top of the rear udder today.
This is spring. Now into the ring, Class 3 in the red breed. Our spring junior 2-year-olds. We'll be looking to have our spring junior 2-year-old blacks on deck. In reviewing the last class that just left the ring, the black and white summer junior 2-year-olds Class 2, starting at the top of the page in the book. Entry number 56 was 8th. Entry number 274 was 9th. Entry number 3 was 4th. Entry 154 was 3rd for Lundcrest Farm with Lundcrest Dropbox Morocco. Entry number 2 was 5th. Entry number 58 was 7th. Entry number 66 was 6th. Entry number 86 was 2nd for Michael Holm Holsteins. And turning the page, top of the next page, entry number 135 was first. Your first junior, your bred and owned, and your best udder was ZBWM Moon Late. Congratulations goes to entry number 127 for Isaiah Blakemore with Tyashok Late Night Anika, your first place winner and your first place junior. Second place to entry number 263 for Evelyn Getty with Cookie Cutter Rainbow. And in third place, entry number 160 for Lundcrest Farm with Lundcrest Riddle 2651.
And our junior 2-year-old Reds here, I give the advantage to the first cow. She's just a little dairy, shows a little more quality all the way through. Also, a cow that has a little more venation. I'm on her 4-udder for me today to go over the similar framed cow coming out here in second. The cow in second over the cow in third. It's owner hardness at top or set to her hawk for me today to go over our third place cow. The cow in third over the cow in fourth just shows more bloom and quality to her mammary system today. The cow in fourth over the cow in fifth just has that added bit more dairiness and quality all the way through.
Now into the ring, our Class 3 Spring Junior 2-year-olds in the blacks. We'll be looking to have our Winter Senior 2-year-olds for the Reds on deck. But you got a little bit of time. This is a fairly big class. Viewing the Class 3, the Spring Junior 2-year-olds that just left the ring, starting at the top of the class list. Entry number 75 was fourth, and your second place junior. Entry 102 was fifth. Entry 263 was second for Evelyn Getty. Entry 127 was your first junior, your first senior entry, and your best udder, right? Best udder on entry number 127 for Isaiah Blakemore. And entry number 160 was third for Lundcrest. Our judges lining up our Class 3 in the black and whites. And so we're looking for Class 4, the Winter Senior 2-year-olds. There's only one entry in that show, so we'll be calling Class 4 and the Winter Senior 2-year-olds in the black and whites as well at this time. And congratulations in our Class 3, our Spring Junior 2-year-olds. Class winner, entry number 16 for Eaton Holstein's Morals, Zays, and Glamour View. Your bred and owned winner as well, entry number 16 with Miss Eatonholm Alligator Lizzie. Second place honors goes to entry number 60 for Clark Woodmansey and Alan McClure with Blexy's Tattoo Blessing. And in third place honors, entry number 200 for Lundcrest Farm with Lundcrest Dropbox Muncher. Judge Thomas with his thoughts.
Beautiful class of junior 2-year-olds here, and I think a handy winner in our first cow, a cow that you love the balance, the dairiness, the quality, the symmetry to udder today. And she goes over the cow in second on that overall dairiness all the way through. A cow that's just a little cleaner, more angular all the way through, shows a little more height and width at the top of the rear udder. Today, to go over a very similar made cow in second. The cow in second over the cow in third just follows the pattern of our first cow. She's a cow that's a little harder over her top, a little deeper through her forerear, back through her flank, and also just prefer the turn at the bottom of the rear udder to go over the cow in third. The cow in third over the cow in fourth. She's just a little snugger in her udder attachments today, a little more moderate in her frame for me today. To go over the big framed cow here in fourth. The cow in fourth over the cow in fifth has more bloom to her rear udder, shows more quality all the way through, a little more definition of crease than our fifth cow. The cow in fifth over the cow in sixth, she's a little dairier, shows a little more quality, has a little more venation on her fore udder for me today.
Now into the ring in our red show is our Class 4, our winter senior 2-year-olds. Class 4 for the black and white senior 2-year-olds need to be on deck. There's only one entry here in the winter senior 2-year-old reds. In reviewing the last class that just left the ring, the spring junior 2-year-olds. Starting at the top of the class list, entry number 200 was third. Entry 176 was a scratch. Entry 52 was fourth. Entry 75 was ninth, and your second place junior for Wyatt Chambers. Entry 263 was sixth. Entry 127 was fifth, and your first junior for Isaiah Blakemore. Entry 16 was your class winner, breastbred and owned, and your best udder of the class for Eaton Holsteins, Morals, Zays, and Glamourview with Miss Eatonholm Alligator Lizzie. Entry number 73 was 10th. Entry number 60 was second. Entry 72 was a scratch. Entry number 136 was 8th, and entry 160 was 7th. And in this red and white class, congratulations goes to our lone entry. Entry number, where are we at? Entry 278 for Aaron Sipperly with Oval Top Warrior Poly.
Well, just one entry here in our winter 2-year-old class, but a nice straight line cow with a nice attached udder to win the class today.
Into the ring now, Class 4, our winner, senior 2-year-olds. There are only 3 entries in this class, so we're calling the red and white Class 5. Class 5 red and whites to ring side, please. And that is our fall senior 2-year-olds. Congratulations on our winner senior 2-year-old class 4, entry number 253 for Elmview Farm with Aeroline Sidekick Elda. Second place, entry number 188, will be your first place entry in the junior division for Olivia Venebra with Petitclerc Lambda Spring. And in third place, entry number 156 for Lundcrest Farm is your best udder winner with King's Ransom Share 2593. Judge Thomas with his thoughts.
Just 3 entries in your winner 2-year-old class. In the first cow that's been milking a while, but she uses her overall balance of frame today to go over the cow in second, her overall width and power and strength all the way through. The cow in second, over the cow in third, just straighter in her lines today. She shows me a little more style when you see her move around the ring to go over the cow in third, that I did make the best uddered cow in the class today. Congratulations again to the breeders and exhibitors.
Congratulations to Class 5, our fall senior 2-year-old winner, entry number 248 for Elmview Farm, your first and best udder with entry number 248, Cherry Lore Robin P.
Well, just 1 entry here in your fall 2-year-old, but a second calf cow just recently fresh here, 30 days. Cow you love for that beautiful balance of frame, that height and width, the rear udder, and a cow that's just shows quality all the way through.
Now into the ring, Class 5, our fall senior 2-year-olds. In the black and whites, we'll be looking to have our Class 6 junior 3-year-olds reds on deck. And congratulations on our Class 5, our fall senior 2-year-old class winner, entry number 248. Also your first place best udder, entry 248 for Cherry Lore Robin P, exhibited by Elmview Farm. Second place honors, entry 246, also goes to Elmview Farm with Miss Lambda Vegas. And in third place, King's Ransom, entry number 106 is your 106 with King's Ransom Dynasty Dame.
Well, a really nice class of fall 2-year-olds here, and I think all but one has two calves, all different. A lot of these cows are just fresh, but this first cow just recently fresh, 30 days. She wins the class quite handily for me today. On her overall width, her power, her balance of frame, and a cow that wears the best mammary system in the class today. I give her the advantage over the cow in second. It is on that overall width and power and strength all the way through, with the muzzle, width back through her chest, carries that width back through her pins today to go over another really good uddered cow coming out in second. The cow close placing here. These next three or four all just fresh. They'd switch around here as the year goes along, but this is the way I see them today. The third or the second cow, I just prefer turn and shape to her rear udder. She's got more height and width. The rear udder, more definition of crease today. To go over the third cow. The cow in third over the cow in fourth. She's just a little more filled out today. Shows me a little more spring or rib today. When you view her from the front, she's maybe a cow that just stands a little wider on her front legs today than our fourth place cow. The cow in fourth over the cow in fifth. It is on her turn and shape, her rear udder, the way the teats come out of her rear udder. The turn right at the bottom of her rear udder to go over the beautiful framed cow here in fifth. The cow in fifth over the one calf cow here in sixth. It is on that added bit of maturity, volume, bloom of mammary system today.
Now into the ring, Class 6, our junior 3-year-olds in our red division. Be looking for our Class 6 in the black and whites to be on deck. And reviewing the class that just left the ring, our Class 5, our fall senior 2-year-olds. Starting at the top of the page, entry number 106 was third, and your bred and owned winner for King's Ransom with King's Ransom Dynasty Dame. Entry 157 was sixth. Entry 139 was fifth. Entry 137 was seventh. Entry 248 was your best udder for Elmview Farm with entry number 248, Cherry Lore Robin P. Entry 246 was second for Elmview Farm with Miss Lambda Vegas. And entry number 197 was fourth. And congratulations in our Class 6, our junior 3-year-old, our class winner, entry number 14 for Curry Holsteins with Kerrvale Barracuda, your bred and owned winner, as well as your best udder. Entry number 210 for Jason Tooley with Little Home Riddle Red, taking second place honors. And in third place, Maple Downs and Hill and Hollow Farm with Boardwalk WR Sparkle. Judge Thomas with his thoughts.
Well, another nice class here in your red and white junior 3 and a handy winner for me. A cow that just overwhelms the rest of the class on her capacity, a midsection capacity to her udder today. A cow that's just shows me more spring her rib, more spring through her barrel all the way through. And the cow, when you get behind him, has quite a bit more width to her and bloom to her mammary system today. To go over the cow in second. The cow in second over the cow in third just shows more overall quality and dairiness all the way through. She's cleaner about her hide, cleaner up through her neck today. And a cow that's maybe just a little more freer moving on her hind feet and legs to go over the cow in third. The cow in third over the cow in fourth, I just prefer snugness of mammary system, both fore and rear udder attachment for me today. The cow in fourth over the cow in fifth just show more quality to that fore udder attachment for me.
Now into the ring will be our Class 6 in the black and white show, our junior 3-year-olds. We're looking to have our senior 3-year-olds in the red division on deck. As a reminder, we'll be jumping into the intermediate champion classes coming up shortly. We'll be calling animals momentarily. In reviewing the last class, starting at the top of the class list, entry number 147 was fifth and first junior for Preston Peabody. Entry 162 was third for Maple Downs and Hill and Hollow. Turning the page, entry 254 was fourth. Entry 14 for Curry Holsteins was your class winner, best udder and best bred known with Kerrvale Barracuda. And entry 210 was second for Jason Tooley. And congratulations, Class 6 winner, Junior 3-year-old Black Show, entry number 10 to Curry Holsteins with Lundcrest Tractor Torque. Also your best udder, entry number 14, second place. Also going to Curry Holsteins and their best bred known with Curvale Barracuda Red. And in third place, entry number 62 for Lauren Nate and Hannah King will be your first junior entry as well with King's Ransom DL Clamor. Judge Thomas with his thoughts.
Well, a really, really nice class of cows all the way down. And I think 3 cows that sorted herself to the top of the class quite handily for me today. And then with that being said, I think a pretty handy winner in this first cow, a cow that's just fresh 3 weeks, month out of being a second calf senior too, but a cow you just admire for that dairy strength she has. She's wide muzzled, she's wide chested, but yet she's dairy and open, and cow that easily wears the best mammary system in the class today. I give her the advantage over the cow in second on that added bit more width all the way through, width up through her chest floor for me today, and a cow that's just a little snugger in her forudder attachment, shows a little more venation on her mammary system than the cow in second. Closer placing here between second and third, but I think our second cow just more closely follows the pattern of our first cow. She's got that added bit more length all the way through. She's a little nicer right through her loin, back through her pelvis region for me today. The third cow wants to roast just a little bit, but what a rear udder on this third cow. A cow you admire for that height and width, rear udder and that balance and width to her frame today. And it is her overall width and power, levelness on the floor of her udder today to go over another very bigger uddered cow coming out here in fourth. The cow in fourth over the cow in fifth. It's on her mammary system. She's her forudder ties in a little nicer for me today. I prefer the way the teeth set underneath the udder, and I prefer the turn and shape and height and width the rear udder to go over our fifth place cow. The cow in fifth over the cow in sixth just shows that added more dairiness and quality all the way through. She's also a cow when you get around behind her. She's fuller right to the top of her rear udder for me today than our sixth prize cow. Congratulations.
Now into the ring will be our Class 7, our red and white senior 3-year-olds. Following this, we'll be looking to have our black and white senior 3-year-olds on deck. And following that class will be the selection of our red and white intermediate champions for both the junior and seniors. And reviewing Class 6, the class that just left the ring, starting at the top of the class list, Curry Holstein's entry number 10 was first, your class winner and best udder with Lundcrest Tractor Torque. Entry 62 was third and your first junior for Lauren, Hannah, and Nate King with King's Ransom DL Clamor. Entry 175 was fourth. Entry 14 was second for Curry Holsteins. Entry 234 was fifth. Entry 119 was eighth. Entry 65 was sixth and your second junior for Lauren King. And entry 207 was seventh. So just so the red and white exhibitors know, we'll be looking for the following animals to come back for the selection of intermediate champion. In the junior division, we're looking for entry 105 from Nate and Lauren King, entry 127 from Isaiah Blackmore, entry 75 from Wyatt Chambers, entry 278 from Aaron Sipperly, and entry 147 for Preston Peabody. Those animals will need to be at the ringside following the completion of this class for the selection of intermediate champion. In the senior division, we're also looking for entry 166 from Maple Downs, entry 56 from Cassie Menendez, entry 105 from Nate and Lauren King, entry 127 from Isaiah Blackmore, entry 263 from Evelyn Getty, entry 278 from Aaron Sipperly, entry 248 from Elmview, entry 14 from Curry's, and entry 210 from Jason Tooley. Those are the animals that will be in contention, plus the winners of this class for senior intermediate champion, open intermediate champion. In the ring now, congratulations goes to entry number 233 for Elmview Farm with Holbrook Move and Chrissy. Your first place senior 3-year-old and best udder. And second place, entry number 148 for Preston Peabody, also your first place junior with Scarlett Summer Marley. Judge Thomas with his thoughts.
Well, just 2 entries here on our red and white senior 3-year-old class, but the first cow just overwhelms the cow, and second on her overall frame, her dairiness, her quality all the way through, her venation about her mammary system. The second cow is a really nice balanced cow, but a cow that you just like to see her clean up a little more, show a little more quality to her mammary system to get over our first cow.
judges lining up the Class 7 senior 3-year-olds and the black and whites. We need to be having our red and white animals for contention of intermediate and reserve intermediate champion to ringside. Following that class, we will need the black and whites for the same honors. And in that show, we're looking for the following individuals: 255 from Caleb Nelson, 114 from Foltz's, 135 from Mason Zimba, entry 58 from McClure's and Crothers, entry 127 from Isaiah Blakemore, entry number 75 from Wyatt Chambers, entry 188 from Olivia Venevra, entry 62 from Hannah King, entry 65 from Lauren King, and the winner of this class. And then entries for the open show in the black and white, we'll be looking for the following entries to come in for entry 159 from Lundcrest, 255 from Caleb Nelson, 135 from Mason Zimba, entry 86 from Michael Holm, entry 16 from Eaton, Morrill, Zay, and Glamourview, entry number 60 from Woodmansey and McClure, entry 253 from Elmview, entry 188 from Olivia Venevra, entry 248 and 246, both from Elmview, and entry 10 and 14 from Curry's. And congratulations in our Class 7 senior 3-year-old winner. Entry number goes to 242, Chloe Urena, your first junior and first open with Top Glen Awesome Houday. Second place honors entry 236 to Elmview Farm with Ben Rise Master Bette Midler. And in third place entry number 195 for Adam Little with Sweet View Sidekick Henley. Judge Thomas with his reasons.
Really, really nice class of senior threes, and these first four all exceptional cows. And for me, the cow that wins the class does so quite handily. A cow that doesn't always handle the best, but when she gets out and moves, I think she runs away with the class. She's easily got the best mammary system in the class today, extremely balanced in her frame all the way through. She uses that overall snugness of four udder attachments, balance of frame, just hardness all the way through to go over the recently fresh third calf cow coming out here in second. Really close placing between second and third. But when you get behind them, the second cow's got more height and width of her rear udder. She's also more level on her rear quarters from right to left at the bottom and at the top for me today. And a cow that is just showing a little more dariness all the way through. The cow in third over the cow in fourth, just a little square in her frame. Little square made kind of cow all the way through. The cow in fourth over the cow coming out in fifth. She's more naturally comfortable over her top today. The cow in fifth, one to roach up as she moves around the ring today. The cow in fifth over the cow in sixth. It is on her overall bloom to her mammary system all the way through.
Now into the ring is our first and second place winners from this morning in the junior division for the red and whites. Following this class, we'll be looking for the open division red and whites first and second place winners. In reviewing the last class that just left the ring, the senior 3-year-olds class 7, starting at the top of the page, entry number 242 for Chloe Urena was first, your first junior, and your best udder with Top Glen Awesome Houday. Entry number 63 was sixth. Entry 158 was fourth, and your bred and owned winner for Lundcrest Farm. Entry 233 was a scratch. Entry 126 was seventh. Entry 195 was third for Adam Little. Entry 240 was fifth, and entry 236 was second for Elmview Farm.
For your selection here, your intermediate champion of your junior red and white show, we'll just leave these 6 cows down here, but I'll go out and I'll select your intermediate champion, your reserve, and your honorable mention in that order. If you would receive them with a nice round of applause. Well, it's close here, but the junior 2-year-old over our summer junior 2-year-old will be your intermediate champion. Just shows more definition of crease. Also, just a little more quality all the way through. Our our summer junior 2 over our second place junior 2 just has a little more venation on the mammary system today.
And a congratulations to your winning spring junior 2-year-old, exhibited by Isaiah Blakemore, entry number 127 with Tyus Show, Late Night Anika, your intermediate champion of the junior show. Reserve honors goes to entry number 105 for Nathan Lauren King with King's Ransom RB Do It Now, your winning summer junior 2-year-old. And your honorable mention goes to second place of the junior 2-year-olds, spring junior 2-year-olds, with entry number 75, Fairmount Warrior Foxy Red. Congratulations to the breeders and exhibitors of those individuals.
Well, if you would give these breeders and exhibitors the red young cows here a nice round of applause. As they get lined up here, I pulled the five out that are my favorites here from our young cow show. I think they're all cows that'll go on and do well. They won't be the last time you see them. Milk and Yearling here, just recently fresh, tremendous uddered young cow. Second calf senior two, just fresh here. Just fresh here about a month. A beautiful balanced cow with a great mammary system. Our junior three, an extreme dairy cow, extreme length of frame. Our second junior three, another extreme dairy cow. Our senior 3-year-old, a very striking cow, a cow with beautiful udder attachments as well. I'll go out and I'll select your intermediate champion, your reserve, and your honorable mention in that order. And if you would, receive them with a nice round of applause. It's a close placing for your intermediate champion. But for me, when you analyze them, the first cow's just got that added bit more squareness to her frame, a little more depth to her forerib, carries that sweep right back to her flank. And I also prefer the levelness right on the bottom and the floor of her forudder to go over the extreme dairy cow. That'll be your reserve. Reserve over honorable mention is on that bloom of mammary system, height and width, the rear udder for me today. Just overall quality all the way through. Congratulations.
Congratulations goes to our Class 5 Fall Senior 2-year-old winner for Elmview Farm, entry 248 with Cherry Lore Robin P. Red, your intermediate champion of the Red and White Show. Reserve champion honors goes to our winning junior 3-year-old entry of Curry Holsteins with entry number 14, Kerrville Barracuda. She is your reserve intermediate champion winner. And an honorable mention, entry 233, our senior 3-year-old winner, also exhibited by Elmview Farm with Holbrook Moving Chrissy Red. Congratulations to those animals, their exhibitors. And now into the ring will be our black and white winners of the junior division, first and second place from earlier this morning.
If you would put your hands together for these junior exhibitors, they stood right up there in the top with the big guys here today, and I think not taking nothing away from the ones over here. I think they're three exceptional cows you have out here for your selection of your intermediate champion of your junior show. I'm going to go out and I'm going to select your intermediate champion, your reserve, and your honorable mention in that order. And if you would, receive them with a big round of applause. Well, for me today, the senior 3-year-old will be your intermediate champion. Just a beautiful dairy balanced cow, a cow that's got tremendous dairy strength, and a cow with just a welded-on mammary system. I give her the advantage over our junior 3 on that added bit more dairiness, quality, the dairiness back through her rump, the levelness in her rump when she stands to go over another tremendous uddered cow that'll be your reserve. Reserve over honorable mention, it is on that overall quality, dairiness, quality of hide today, quality right through her mammary system and through her rear udder venation on her udder that carries her over your honorable mention. Congratulations.
And congratulations to Chloe Urena with her winning senior 3-year-old. Be named your intermediate champion, entry number 242, Top Glen Awesome Houday. And reserve champion honors, reserve intermediate champion honors goes to entry number 62 for Lauren Nate and Hannah King with King's Ransom DL Clamor. And your honorable mention honors in the junior division goes to entry number 135 for Mason Zimba with ZBWM Moo Late. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Now into the ring will be our first and second place winners from the earlier classes this morning for the selection of intermediate and reserve intermediate champion of the Black and White show, open show. Following that class, we'll jump right back into the individual classes with Class 8 in the red show, our 4-year-old cows.
if you would put your hands together for these breeders and exhibitors of these cows. It's been a tremendous young cow show. The quality is exceptional. Tremendous cows. Not taking nothing away from them, but I think these five we ought to have out here are big time cows. Some of them are just fresh. Some of them been fresh a little longer and a little bit more ready. Some of them not handling the best all the time. Some of them they're going to get better as the year goes along too. I'm going to go out and I'm going to select your intermediate champion, your reserve, and your honorable mention in that order. And if you would receive them with a nice round of applause. It's close. It's very close on these cows. They're all very similar. The senior 3-year-old, when you view her from the front, she's got a little more spring up through her forearm today. She's got a little more width right up through her chest. She's been fresh a little longer. Our reserve intermediate champion just fresh 25 days. She's going to get better as the year goes along. There's no doubt about that. Tremendous uddered cows. Tremendous height and width of udders. Our reserve over honorable mention. For me, she's just a little more moderate in her frame. She's a little more naturally dairy all the way through. She's a little more angular all the way through. Congratulations again to the breeders and exhibitors.
And congratulations to Chloe Urena, once again being your intermediate champion of the Open Show, entry 242, with Top Glen Awesome Houday, who was your winning senior 3-year-old from this morning's class. Reserve champion honors goes to Curry Holsteins with entry number 10, with Lundcrest Tractor Torque, your winning junior 3-year-old. And an honorable mention, entry number 248, your winning fall senior 2-year-old for Elmview Farm with Cherry Lore Robin P. Red. Congratulations to the owners and breeders of these cows. Down into the ring, our Class 8, our 4-year-olds in the red show. We're looking for our Class 8 and the black and white 4-year-olds to be on deck. And congratulations to our Class 8 4-year-old winner, entry number 230 for Elmview Farm with Wildweed Warrior Maui. And second place honors also your first junior and best udder, entry number 117 for Isaac Foltz with Ernita Diamondback Baby Red. And in third place, entry number 4 for Maple Downs Farms and Peter Vale with Locust Air Monopoly Inez. Judge Thomas with his thoughts.
Quite a nice class of red 4-year-olds here, and I think two cows that come to the top of the class quite handily for me today. But the first cow, you can't deny her overall dairiness, her quality, her ring presence. I give her the advantage over the really, really good uddered cow here in second. On that, she just has more style up through her head and neck, more style when you see her move around the ring. She's also a cow that's just a little cleaner all the way through. Not taking nothing away from this really square cow that I did make best udder in the class today. A cow with a tremendous mammary system, tremendous height and width, the rear udder today. But she just doesn't have quite that style up through her front end and to get her in that first spot. But she does use that overall height and width, the rear udder, a capacity of frame to go over the cow here in third. The cow in third over the cow in fourth just has more volume to her rear udder. She's a cow that's also just maybe a little more naturally dairy all the way through to go over the fourth place cow. The cow in fourth over the cow in fifth, it's on her snugness of mammary system, tightness of four udder attachments today to go over our fifth place cow. The cow in fifth over the cow in sixth. I just prefer overall dairiness and quality all the way through.
Now into the ring, our Class 8, our 4-year-olds in the black division. Reviewing the class that just left the ring, the red ones starting at the top of the page of the class list. Entry number 117 was your first junior, second open, your best udder for Isaac Foltz with Ernita Diamondback Baby. Entry 206 was sixth, but also the bred and owned winner for Shoresbrook Farm. Entry 232 was fourth. Entry 4 for Maple Downs and Peter Vale was third with Locust Air Monopoly Inez. Entry 230 was your class winner for Elmview Farm with Wildweed Warrior Maui. And entry 211 was fifth and second junior for Everett Bremen. Judges lining up our 4-year-olds, blacks. We need to have our 5-year-olds for the Reds on deck. 5-year-olds on should be at ringside in the red and white division. Congratulations goes to entry number 230, Wildweed Warrior Maui, exhibited by Elmview Farm, as your class winner in the 4-year-olds in the black division. In second place, entry number 250 is your first junior for Tyler Walworth with Hendercroft Chief Sphinx. And entry number 17 for Eaton Holsteins and Glamourview Jaeger and Walton, CVF Alligator Lockdown. In third place with your best udder of the show, of the class. Judge Thomas, what are the thoughts?
Well, just an exceptional class of cows here. And again, we're going to start with this red cow, and she does quite handily for me today. Kind of the total package kind of cow in the class, a cow that you admire for that style, that dariness, openness she has all the way through. And she uses that cleanliness up through her head and neck, that breed character and femininity up through her head and neck to get over another really nice balanced cow here in second. The cow in second over the cow in third. It's on her width of chest. She's stands with more width up through her front leg. She's fuller back through her rear flank today to go over the great uddered cow that I did make best udder in the class today. In third, the cow in third over the cow in fourth. I just prefer her size and her shape to her teats, the levelness on the floor of her udder today, and also a cow that's just maybe a little more naturally dairy about her hide all the way through to go over our fourth place cow. The cow in fourth over a similar made balanced cow here in fifth. It is on her overall length and stretch all the way through. She's a cow that she's just kind of a higher headed. I prefer the way the neck comes out of the shoulder and the length of frame for me today. Congratulations again to the breeders and exhibitors.
Now into the ring is our class 9, our 5-year-olds in the reds. There's only a couple of these, so if you have a black and white 5-year-old, you should be making your way to the ringside. Black and white 5-year-olds to ringside, please. In reviewing the class that just left the ring, class 8, our 4-year-olds in the black division. Starting at the top of the page of the class list, entry number 47 was 8th. Entry 250 was 2nd for Tyler Walworth and first junior with Heddercroft Chief Sphinx. Entry 117 was 5th and second junior. Entry 241 was 9th. Flipping the page. Entry number 17 was 3rd and your best udder for Eaton Holsteins, Glamourview, Jaeger, and Walton with CVF Alligator Lockdown. Entry 208 was 7th. Entry 232 was a scratch. Entry 244 was 4th. Entry 4 was a scratch. Entry 230 was your class winner with Wildweed Warrior Maui for Elmview Farm. Entry 192 was 6th, and entry 211 was 10th. In our red and white Ring, congratulations to entry number 149, Preston Peabody, your winning 5-year-old, also your first junior entry with Dirk Acres Apple Juicy Red. And in second place, honors to entry number 150, also to Preston Peabody and Devin Delameter with Black and Cherry A Adet.
Well, just two entries here in your red 5-year-old class, but I'm going with the cow that for me is the most balanced cow in the class today. She shows the most width up front. She carries the most balance to her frame all the way through, and he uses that balance of frame, balance in her rear quarters from left to right to go over another nice cow coming out here in second.
Now into the ring are Class 9 5-year-olds in the black division, and we'll be looking for Class 10 6-year-olds in the reds to be on deck. And congratulations to our Class 9 5-year-old winner, entry number 277 for Joshua and Emily Boyden with Pineland Crushable Halsey. You are first place and best udder. Second place, Elmview Farm, entry number 235 with West Coast Crushable Missy. And in third place, and your bred and owned winner, entry number 64 for Lauren King with King's Ransom Crushable Desire.
Another nice class of cows here, and I think a handy winner for me in the first cow, a cow you admire for that balance, that dairiness and quality she has all the way through. And for me, she easily wears the best mammary system in the class today. I give her the advantage over the cow in second, just being a little cleaner all the way through. She's a little more level from quarter to quarter on her fronts today for me than the cow here in second. The cow in second over the cow in third. I just prefer a slope from her hooks to her pins. I prefer hardness through her loin for me today to go over another really nice cow coming out in third. The cow in third over the cow in fourth. I just prefer the way the teeth set on the udder, size and shape of the teeth, where the teeth set on the udder, and also a cow that's just maybe a little longer in her fore udder attachment today. The cow in fourth over the cow in fifth. It is on her overall capacity through her frame today. She's a cow that's just deeper through the forerib and deeper back through her flank all the way through. Congratulations.
Now into the ring, our Class 10, our 6-year-olds in the red. We need to be having our Class 10 6-year-olds and over in the blacks on deck. In reviewing the last class, Class 9, that just left the ring, starting at the top of the class list, entry number 149 was 6th and 2nd junior. Entry 57 was 5th and 1st junior for Lance McClure. Entry 277 was 1st and your best udder for Joshua and Emily Boyden with Pineland Crushable Halsey. Entry 150 was 7th. Entry 64 was 3rd, and your bed and owned winner for King's Ransom Lauren King with King's Ransom Crushed Desire. Entry 243 was 4th. Entry 235 was 2nd for Elmview. And entry 155 was a scratch. Congratulations on Class 10 6-year-old and older winner. Entry 191, Little Home Louver Red, exhibited by Anthony and Kennedy Little, also your bred and owned in your first place best udder. Second place, entry number 116 to Isaac Foltz and Janalee Coleman with Linvale Julian Red. And in third place, North Effect DB Paisley Red, entry 215 for Dennis Snyder and Madeline Pernatus.
Well, a nice class of red age cows. And for me, the first cow just spells a little more milk to me today than the rest of the cows in the class. I give her the advantage over the cow in second. She's more comfortable standing and moving on her feet and legs. She's a cow that's a little more open and silkier for me today in her hide to go over the real pretty cow here in second. The cow in second over the cow in third. She just shows that added bit more style, more length. Cow that's just a little cleaner up through her head and neck. Shows me a little more breed character about her head today than our fourth cow. The cow in fourth over, or cow in third over the cow in fourth. It's on her snugness and mammary system today. She's a cow that shows her udder much higher above her hocks today than our fourth place cow.
Now into the ring, our Class 10 6-year-olds and over in the black and white. We're going to be looking for our Class 11 150,000 pound lifetime production cows. There's only a couple of those in the reds, so Reds and Holsteins could be making their way to ringside in short order. And reviewing the last class, entry 116, Isaac Foltz, Janalee Coleman's were second. And that was your first junior entry. Entry 191 was your class winner for Anthony and Kennedy Little. Also your bred and owned and best udder. 131 was a scratch. Entry 251 was fourth. And entry 215 was third. In Class 10, our winning 6-year-old, congratulations to Derek Little with entry 222, your first place and best udder with Pure Spring backflip chassis. Second place, entry 116, would be your first junior for Isaac Foltz and Jana Lee Coleman with Linvale Julienne Red. And in third place, entry 215 for Dennis Snyder with North Effect DB Paisley.
Just 3 entries here in your age cow class, but I think a handy winner in this first cow, a cow that's got tremendous dairy strength, a cow that's 6 years old and had 5 calves. You love that openness, that silkiness that she has, with the muzzle, with the chest, a cow that carries that width all the way back through her rear udder today, and it is the width of udder, definition of crease, openness, levelness over her top that carries over the cow here in second. The cow in second over the cow in third. It is that overall breed character about her head, neck, that dairiness and quality all the way through. Congratulations again to the breeders and exhibitors.
Now into the ring, our lifetime production cow, Class 11, for the red and whites. There's 2 entries here, and we're going to be looking to have our black and whites on deck. Reviewing the last class, Class 10, starting at the top of the page, 222 was your class winner for Derek Little. 138 was a scratch. 116 was second in your first junior for Isaac Foltz and Jana Lee Coleman. Entry 131 was a scratch. Entry 251 was a scratch. Entry 257 was a scratch. And added entry number 215 for Dennis Snyder was third. Following this lifetime production class, we're going to be lining up our animals for the selection of senior champion in the red show. And we're going to be looking for the following entries. Number 117 from Foltz's, 211 from Everett Brayman. Entries 149 from and 150 from Preston Peabody and crew. Entry 116 from Isaac Foltz. Following that, we'll be looking for the selection of senior champion of the senior, or the open show. Entries number 230 for Melview, 117 from Foltz, 149 and 150 from Preston Peabody, 191 from Anthony and Kennedy Little, and 116 from Foltz's. And congratulations to class winner number 87 for Kelly and Tyler Reynolds with Rencrest Diamondback CC. You're winning you're winning lifetime production cow. And in second place, entry number 257 for Elmview, who takes home best udder honors with Willow Mar Diamondback Rose.
Just 2 entries in your red production class, and not close placing here, but for me, the first cow is just a little more mobile today. She's getting out and moving for me, so much nicer on her legs, particularly on her right rear leg today. But take nothing away from the second cow. A cow you admire has had 6 calves. Cow has still got the venation on her udder, the quality, the definition of crease today, and that's why I did make her the best uddered cow in the class.
Heads up for our red and white exhibitors. Following the selection of senior champion of the red and white show, we're going to jump into the grand champion finale, and we will end our red and white show after the group classes, immediately after the selection of grand champion. So we're going to get everything done with the red and whites before we do the selection of senior champion of the black and whites. So if there's any questions, come on up and we'll talk. Congratulations on our Class 11, our lifetime production cow, entry number 115 to Isaac Foltz, your class winner, who is also your your best udder and your winning junior entry. Second place to Kyle Reed and Adam Little with entry number 198 with Macland HF Yoder Rachel.
Well, there's only two in this class, but if you're around the ringside or watching at home, these are two cows that these two guys should be extremely proud of. Cows that lasted a long time. They're still doing what they're supposed to do. They both got great feet and legs, snug udders, and it is a close placing. The first cow's 8 years old with 6 calves. The second cow's 10 years old with 8 calves. I give the advantage to the first cow. She shows me a little more definition of crease when you view her from behind. Her texture on her rear udder is just a little nicer today. Also, when you view her from the side, the teeth set just a little nicer underneath her udder today. She's a cow that's also she's also a cow that's maybe just holding herself just a little nicer right through her rump and through that loin region today, but not taking nothing away from this dairy cow here in second. Just a true dairy cow, a cow that I bet she has a big lifetime production because she looks like a cow that gives a lot of milk. Congratulations again to the breeders and exhibitors of these two fine cows.
Now into the ring will be our junior division first and second place winners of the senior cow classes for the contention of senior champion. So following the selection of our senior champion of our junior show in the red and white ring, we're going to be looking for entry number 127 from Blakemore and entry 105 from Kings. Those animals need to be at ringside for the selection of overall grand champion of the red and white junior show. And that selection will be made prior to doing the selection of senior champion of the open show.
As these junior exhibitors pull their cows out here for your senior champion, if you would give these young kids a nice round of applause. I'm just going to leave these 5 out here today. I'm not going to waste a lot of time. Cows are probably starting to get full. The cows are getting tired. People are getting tired. But if the young man will lead the 4-year-old cow out here, she'll be your senior champion today. I'm going to follow her for reserve with our age cow, and then for honorable mention with our first prize 5-year-old will be your honorable mention senior champion today. The advantage of the 4-year-old over the age cow, it is on her mammary system, height and width, the rear udder, fullness, bloom to the mammary system. Our reserve over our honorable mention, she's a cow that just has that added bit more dairiness and quality all the way through. Congratulations again to the breeders and exhibitors.
And congratulations goes to number entry 117 for Isaac Foltz, your winning 4-year-old Ernita Diamondback Baby Red, your senior champion in the junior division. Reserve champion honors also goes to Isaac Foltz and Janalee Coleman with entry 116, Linvale Julianne Red. And your honorable mention, entry number 149, your winning 5-year-old for Preston Peabody, Dirk Acres Apple Juicy Red is your honorable mention senior champion. If we can have the intermediate and reserve intermediate champion back in the ring from the junior division for the selection of overall grand champion. I understand our junior champion honorees yesterday have gone home. So we'll just be making the selection from the senior and the intermediate champions. Just as a reminder, following the conclusion of our overall grand champion of our red and white show, we're going to jump into the red and white show group classes. There's only a handful of those, but we'll be looking for the next segment of classes will be the senior champion of the black and white show, and we'll be looking for the following entries in the junior division to start with the championship rounds with entry number 250 from Tyler Walrath, 117 from Isaac Foltz, entry 57 from Lance McClure, entry 149 Preston Peabody, entry 116 from Foltz and Coleman, and entry 115 from Isaac Foltz. Those animals will need to be ringside for the selection of senior champion of the junior division. Over in the open division, we're going to go entry number 230 from Elmview, 250 from Tyler Walrath, entry 277 from Boydens, entry 235 from Elmview, 222 from Derek Little, entry 116 from Foltz and Coleman, and entry 115 from Foltz, and entry 198 from Littles. Those will be the animals that will be in contention for selection of senior champion of the black and white show.
Well, as we pull the cows out here for your grand champion of your youth red and white show, again give these young kids a nice round of applause. I'll keep it short and sweet. We're going to stick with the 2 senior champions for your champion in reserve, and then we'll go with your intermediate champion for your honorable mention. Again, congratulations to the breeders and exhibitors.
Congratulations for Isaac Foltz, his winning 4-year-old senior champion and is now named grand champion of the Red and White Junior Show with entry number 117, Ernita Diamondback Baby. Your reserve grand champion was also your reserve senior champion, also shown by Isaac Foltz and Jenna Lee Coleman with Lynn Vale, Julianne Red, entry number 116. And an honorable mention, your intermediate champion, entry number 127 for Isaiah Blakemore, Tyashok Late Night Anika, your honorable mention grand champion. Congratulations to the owners and exhibitors of those animals.
Good afternoon. I'm Jonathan Taylor, along with Colleen Andrew. I'm the junior advisor for the Wayne Ontario County Hosting Club. As many of you may be aware, our Dairy Bowl team was very successful again this year at the National Hosting Convention. And in a minute here, with the help of ST Genetics, we're going to recognize those juniors. But I'd like to add that your junior members over the last several years have had a tremendous amount of success at the National Hosting Convention, whether it was Dairy Jeopardy, speech contest, interview contest, young distinguished junior member, or DJMs. The New York hosting breed is in very good hands with the future generations that are coming up. But this year, our senior team from Wayne, Ontario County, for the fourth time since 2019, we're national champions. And that team is William Andrew, captain, Kayla Dunstan, Bennett Dunstan, and Calvin Keller. And now I'd like to turn it over to Barbara Zimba, and she can present jackets to the winning team from ST Genetics.
Oh, okay. As a representative of ST Genetics, I'm proud to present these jackets to this winning team. They worked really hard through the year and did a fantastic job to represent New York. So thank you.
Take a picture too.
In our for your selection of senior champion here in your red and white show, again, give the breeders and exhibitors here in the state of New York and up in the Northeast a big round of applause. Hasn't been a large show, but the quality's been exceptional. There's cows that are going to go on and do well again this fall. Without any further ado, I'll go out and I'll select your senior champion, your reserve, and your honorable mention in that order. For me, this winning 4-year-old, she does it quite handily. A cow that's just beautifully balanced, tremendous dairy cow, high style. Our reserve over our honorable mention. It's just on mammary system, quality of mammary system, quality up through the rear quarters today with the rear udder. Showing just a little more quality all the way through than our production cow. That'll be your honorable mention. Again, congratulations to the breeders and exhibitors.
And congratulations to our winning 4-year-old exhibited by Elmview, entry number 230, Wildweed Warrior Maui, your senior champion winner. Reserve champion honors goes to entry number 87 for Kelly and Tyler Reynolds, their lifetime production cow winner. Entry number 87, Rencrest Diamondback CC. An honorable mention honors entry number 117 for Isaac Foltz with Ernita Diamondback Baby. Congratulations to the honor. To the Excuse me, I misspoke. Isaac Foltz, entry number 117, was reserve senior champion with 117, and number 87 for Kelly and Tyler Reynolds was honorable mention. These animals, along with the intermediate champions, are now in the ring for the selection of overall grand champion of our red and white show. Immediately following this class will be 2 group classes to put our red and white show to bed. And as a reminder, during the selection of our grand champion of our black and white show, we will be drawing somebody with a lucky ticket for a King's Ransom donation calf. And so if you need a ticket for that, to be in the drawing for that, last call on the tickets. Talking to you, Pete Dupengeiser.
If you would put your hands together for these red exhibitors. Again, though, hasn't been a big show, but there'll be cows here that'll stand at the top of the show here in about 25, 30 days. There's no doubt about it. Without any further ado, I'll go out and I'll select your grand, your reserve, and your honorable mention in that order. And if you would, receive them with a nice round of applause. Well, for me in the red show, there's no denying this red cow. Red 4-year-old, she's extreme style and balance and dairyness and quality all the way through. Not taking nothing away from our intermediate champion, a cow that I think will have that'll be a reserve. I think cow that's got a big, big future. But our senior champion, just a little crisper, dairier all the way through. Maybe a little more moderate in her type and kind today. Like I said before, our reserve over our honorable mention just has that added bit more width and strength and power all the way through. Just a little more balanced kind of cow for me today. Congratulations again to the breeders and exhibitors.
And congratulations again goes to Elmview Farm, entry number 230, your senior champion and now your grand champion overall winner with Wildweed Warrior Maui, entry number 230. Reserve champion honors also goes to Elmview, entry 248 with Cherry Lore Robin P., your winning fall senior 2-year-old and intermediate champion from earlier. And an honorable mention to Curry Holsteins with Curvale Barracuda, entry number 14, taking home honorable mention championship honors. Congratulations to those exhibitors. While we're winding down here on the Red and White Show, I think it's a good time, as picture time is taking place, to say a special thank you to the multiple people that help volunteer and make this organization and this show run smoothly. We'll start with our ringmen. Special shout out to Bob Swatling, Chrissy Putman, and Steve Van Leeshout for pooping and scooping and making things flow out there in the ring. Special thank you to our dairy ambassadors, Adelie, Megan DePaul, Evelyn Birch, and our New York State 2025 DJM, Lily Marshman, who was adorned in the green jacket for handing out the ribbons. Deb Quackenbush for helping clerk. Amy Braun, Regina Lundy for helping clerk. And of course, without the main two stalwarts to this show, Betsy Foote and Joanne Peck Donnan. If you see these folks, give them a big thank you, a high five for all of their efforts. Can't do it without volunteers. Want to give a shout out to Ringside Live, Sydney. Yeah, give a wave. Had a girl. New to New York, but looks pretty promising. We're getting excellent feedback on the coverage that we've done here today. Sydney is responsible for the camera, the pans, the crowd pans. Now into the ring, we need our produce, a dam, and the red show. Isaac, you going to giddy up? Congratulations again to Isaac Fulton and Jana Lee Coleman. Their winning entry of Dam and Daughter. Second place goes to Preston Peabody.
Well, just two entries here in your red, Dam and Daughter, and I'm going to start with the group here on my right. Just a little more style as a group, a little more uniform, a little crisper and cleaner all the way through, but not taking nothing away from this other group, to a nice group in its own right.
Okay, now into the ring will be our first and second place senior champions, or excuse me, senior class winners of the junior show from these mornings and afternoons classes in the junior division. For the black show, we're looking for black and white first and second place 4-year-olds and 4s, 5s, 6s, and lifetime production cows for the junior show. We could have those animals into the ring.
if you would put your hand together for these young exhibitors, cows that stood right up there with the senior exhibitors today, cows that they're tremendous cows in their own right. I mean, I'm sure some of these are going to go on and show at other junior shows, and they're going to do quite a bit of damage. I'm going to go out and I'll select your senior champion, your reserve, and your honorable mention in that order, and if you would receive them with a nice round of applause. Well, for me, when you have a 8-year-old cow that's had 6 calves that looks like this and moves like this, it's pretty hard to deny her a cow that you just admire for that tremendous combination of dairiness and strength that she has. I give her the advantage over our 4-year-old that'll be a reserve. On her, she's got a little more style up through her head and neck. She's just a little more of everything, more width of udder, more width of frame. Our reserve over our honorable mention, it is on that added length and style as you see her move around the ring. Congratulations to the breeders and exhibitors.
And congratulations to entry 115, Isaac Foltz with Tuskview Avalanche Cali, a cow that's no stranger to here in New York, as your senior champion. Reserve champion honors entry number 250 to Tyler Walrath with Heddercroft Chief Sphinx, and reserve champion, honorable mention senior champion honors to entry 117 for Isaac Foltz with Ernita Diamondback Baby Red. Congratulations. Now we'll need our intermediate champion and reserve intermediate champion in the ring for the selection of overall grand champion.
Well, if you would put your hands together again for these young kids. I think four tremendous cows. Cows that are go on and do a lot of damage in the junior shows. Cows that are going to go on and do well in the open shows as we get into fall. And take nothing away from the other ones that we had. It's been a tremendous show. I'll go out and I'll select your overall grand champion, your reserve, and your honorable mention in that order. And if you would, receive them with a big round of applause. For me today, when you have a production cow that's 8 years old and had 6 calves like that, and her udder still looks like that, and she moves the way she does, I don't know how you deny a cow like that. I give her the advantage over our 3-year-old today, just on maturity. Very similar, balanced, square kind of cows today, but she's got that added advantage and more calves for me today, and a cow that's just handling and leading around the ring a little nicer for me today than our 3-year-old. That'll be your reserve. Our reserve overall honorable mention is on that overall added dairiness, squareness to her frame, squareness to her udder today. Congratulations again to the breeders and exhibitors.
And congratulations again to Isaac Foltz for his winning lifetime production cow. And your senior champion is now named your grand champion with Tuskview Avalanche Cali. Reserved grand champion honors goes to our winning senior 3-year-old and our intermediate champion, entry 242 for Chloe Urena with Top Glen Awesome Houday. And our honorable mention going to entry number 250 for Tyler Walrath with Heddercroft Chief Sphinx. These will be your grand reserve and honorable mention champions of our 2025 Northeast Summer National Junior Show. So congratulations to the exhibitors. Next class in the ring will be our senior champions in the open show. Immediately following that, we will have the selection of overall grand champion in the black and whites. Just as a reminder for those folks that are keeping score on the breeders and exhibitor sheets, If we can turn those into Tim Zimba at the end of the ring here in short order so we can get a premier breeder and exhibitor count tallied up.
Well, before we select your senior champion, if you would give all these breeders and exhibitors in the Northeast a big round of applause. I want to thank you guys for asking me to judge the show. I want to thank JP for coming down out of Quebec. Had a little honeymoon with his wife. Probably have child number 5 here in July, I would imagine. But he's a good cow man. I've known him a long time. You guys need a judge down here, give him a call. The quality's been exceptional. I got a lot of friends in this area. Hopefully after I get done judging today, I have just as many. I call it the way I see it. I like modern dairy cows, cows with dairy strength, cows with good udders. I'll go out and I'll select your senior champion, your reserve, and your honorable mention in that order. And if you would, I'll receive them with a nice round of applause. It's been a tremendous show. For me, the 4-year-old, she's the great combination of dairiness and strength. She's a cow. It's still a cow show. She's got style when you see her move around the ring. She's extremely hard topped, welded on udder. Udder keeps getting better the longer she's been out here, the more milk she makes. The advantage I give her over our age cow. She's just stronger about her pasterns, particularly in the right rear pastern. Today to go over another extremely dairy framed cow with a tremendous rear udder. It's closer between close for reserve and honorable mention. But I feel the age cow is a little bit more of that modern dairy kind of cow. She's a little more naturally dairy, a little more naturally open in her midsection, a little cleaner in the bone all the way through. Congratulations again to the breeders and exhibitors.
And congratulations to Elmview Farm for their winning entry of senior champion, entry number 230, Wildweed Warrior Maui Red. Your senior champion. Reserve champion honors goes to entry number 222 from Derek Little with Pure Spring Black Backflip Chassis. And honorable mention, senior champion, your winning 150,000-pound lifetime production cow, entry 115 for Isaac Foltz, Tuskview Avalanche Cali. Congratulations. Those individuals will be paired with the intermediate champions for the selection of overall grand champion. And during that class, we're going to draw somebody's lucky name for the raffle calf. So if you bought a ticket, pay attention.
Hi, everyone. We're going to do the raffle calf drawing. First off, I'd like to thank the King family for donating such a high-quality heifer with an impressive pedigree. And also thank you to everyone who bought raffle tickets. I think that we made about over $10,000 in sales, and all of that money goes towards junior activities and junior events to really grow and develop the next generation of the dairy industry. And without further ado, Washington County Dairy Ambassador Adali is going to draw the winning ticket. Okay.
Allison Degon.
Degon? Okay.
Alyssa Degon.
Alyssa?
Alyssa Degon.
Okay, and the winner is Alyssa Degon. Congratulations.
There's no buyer or seller. Maybe you'll have to ask the person when you call them.
Again, as we get the cows out here for your selection of your grand champion, they're all the same type. They're square cows, they're dairy cows, they're open cows, cows with great udders, cows that move well. Without no further ado, I'll go out and I'll select your grand, your reserve, and your honorable mention in that order, and if you would, receive them with a big round of applause. Not taking anything away from our intermediate champions. They're both beautiful, beautiful balanced young cows, cows with big futures. But when you have mature cows that look like this, cows that have calved 3, 4, 5, 6 times, I don't know how you deny them. Like I said before, our winning 4-year-old, the advantage over our reserve on her strength of pasture, and for me today, particularly on her right rear foot, and also a cow that's just maybe a little nicer right in her fore-udder attachment. Our reserve over our honorable mention is on that added natural dairiness, that quality all the way through, but don't take nothing away from this production cow. When you have a cow that's 8 years old, that's had 6 calves, and looks like that, you have to really, really respect a cow like that. Congratulations again to the breeders and exhibitors.
And congratulations again to Elmview Farm with entry number 230, Wildweed Warrior Maui, your senior champion, being named the grand champion of the 2025 Northeast National Summer Show. Reserve champion honors entry number 222 for Derek Little with Pure Spring Black Backflip Chassis. Your reserve senior champion, now your reserve grand champion, and honorable mention grand champion, your winning lifetime production cow for Isaac Foltz, 115, Tuscaview Avalanche Cali. Congratulations to the exhibitors. Job well done. At this point, we're to end our show. We've got a couple of group classes we're going to finish up with. And I'd like to call all of the last call for the breeder and exhibitor sheets. If they could please be turned in to Tim Zimba. We need the breeder and exhibitor sheets.
two exceptional groups here in your senior best three, but I give the advantage to our first group here to my right. Just a little more quality of mammary systems, just a little dairier all the way through, but not taking nothing away from this group. Three very uniform cows, cows with great udders, cows that are balanced, cows the right kind of cows too. Congratulations to both exhibitors on breeding a group of three like these. Are both exceptional cows, or both groups are full of exceptional cows.
And congratulations to entry 161, Lundcrest Farm, with their winning best three senior females. And entry 67, second place, King's Ransom Farm. So congratulations to those exhibitors on some fine individuals. Last class of the day will be our dam and daughter. We're looking for 2 entries in this class. Okay.
For Aaron Eaton. Yep. Okay. So, and that's his number for the produce. Yep.
He just said that we didn't have any more. So.
Two really nice groups here in your dam and daughter, but I give the advantage to the first group on just on maturity. We have 2 milk cows here, cows with great mammary systems, not taking nothing away from this group here. Got our honorable mention champion cow and a calf that did well in her class there yesterday. Congratulations to the exhibitors. One entry here in our produce a dam, but 2 beautiful animals, long framed, hard topped, the right kind of animals here to win this group.
And congratulations on our first place in the produce a dam for Eaton, Holstein, Steve Morrill, Zay, and Glam Review, entry 286. Your winning entry, produce a dam. Class 2 was your dam and daughter. Winning entry was for King's Ransom, entry 68. And second place honors in that class was Isaac Foltz. That concludes 2025 Northeast Summer National. One final note, a couple of awards to give out for Premier Breeder and Exhibitor. And in our exhibitor category for both the black and white and the red and white show, we want to congratulate Elmview for being the overall exhibitor winner in both the red and white and black and white. And the breeder award in the black and white, that banner belongs to none other than Luncrest. Also, as our best bred and owned is now figured out, our winning summer junior 2-year-old by Mason Zimba, bred by Mason Zimba, entry number 135. The ZBWM Moon Late will be your junior best bred and owned. And in the senior division, open division, Curry Valley wins with entry number 14, Curvale Barracuda, red. So congratulations to all the exhibitors and winners today. Thank you for everybody for coming along, coming out, helping out in any way and capacity. If you see anybody that's on the board, say a big thank you. Thanks to Jason Lloyd for his efforts in the organization. And, of course, Betsy and Joanne and Justine for all that they do as well. So everyone have safe travels home.